If you can hear me, raise your hand. All right, raise your hand if you can hear me. If you can't hear me, continue talking. All right. Welcome, everyone. Welcome to the 2022-23 academic year at Community College, entering our third year as a college. I think you all probably had an interesting write-in, right? Yeah. Did anybody use a helicopter so it didn't matter? Just kind of parachuted in. So I want to begin before we kind of start on the agenda and moving forward. I want to acknowledge our custodial staff. They've done a tremendous job being short-staffed transitions. They pulled it together. We've had numerous student events, campus events. They put in a lot of time to make this possible. I know you can't see it, but hopefully you can feel the impact that they have on our institution. And Fernando, thank you for your leadership. Appreciate you for all the great work you're doing. So David, if you're looking for some seating, there's some over here, depending where you're comfortable sitting, some over there as well. Oh, okay. He's right over here in the corner. So having said that, as I mentioned during the end of semester email for the campus, that we are experiencing growth and we were going to hire faculty and staff. So all of those that were hired into a new position, whether you went from interim to permanent and just new positions after January, can you stand up so we could see those that are new? You could see the level and how many. And I was gonna do, folks individually, but then Monica said, there's like 30 to 40. So I was like, okay, I don't know that I could do that fast enough. And we've been cycling through, so you could, put a face to the name as well. Most of you, if you recall as well for my email, the Lumina Foundation, thanks to Michelle Corbett and her work and everyone else that contributed, we're a top 10 finalist, and this is in the nation, okay? And we will find out in 2 weeks if we were selected number one or not. And so what I want to do is take the opportunity to play a video, because part of the finalists work that we had to do is submit a video. And I want to play it now. It's a 2-minute video. They said, don't go to 201, 202. It has to be like a 2 minutes. So I want to play it, and then we'll kick off my presentation. Whoops. Ricardo, do we have anyone that's on the stream? Because I forgot to turn on that mic. Okay, thank you. Better not talk about anyone then.
Capaces de identificarnos y comprometernos por un mejor bienestar y economía de nuestras familias. Madera tiene lo que necesitamos para tener eso. No lo pienses más. No pierdas la oportunidad de cambiar tu vida y convertirte en un modelo a seguir para tu familia. Mi nombre es Preston. Soy una estudiante y madre de 3 niños. Madera ha transformado mi vida y la de mi familia. Cuando comencé el colegio, no hablaba bien. No tenía seguridad ni estabilidad financiera. Solo era una persona en busca de oportunidades. Poco a poco, gracias a mis tutores, por primera vez llegar a los Estados Unidos, de manera que le paguen su libre presentación. De apoyo financiero y la ayuda de sus maestros y de personas que, como yo, habían caminado en el Estado. Ellos creyeron en mí. Mi camino no fue fácil. Dormí en los mismos desde pero lo hice. Hoy trabajo como asistente de oficina y estoy obteniendo mi licenciatura en negocios. Cada día descubro más de lo que se hace. Soy maestra de la materia. Soy fuerte. Soy capaz de todo lo que me propongo. Madera cumple el colegio, creyó en mí y me dio el coraje para creer en mí. Tú trabajas en mí. Tú perseveras. Tú perteneces a Madera.
More kind of practice at home. So we got a brand new natural flow.
So, thank you, Ricardo, for that lightheartedness. I got a little teary-eyed watching the video, and obviously it's not the first time that I've seen it. It's such a powerful video, but it's a reflection of the work that we do at Madera Community College and what we continue to strive towards to better serve our students and, more importantly, the communities that we serve. So now I will begin kind of my presentation and update once they put it up, and we'll kick this off. I will be taking questions if you have any at the end. I'll try to limit just because we have kind of a packed agenda. We want to be respectful of the time, but I do want to provide opportunities for questions. How many of you, is it the first time you've been here, maybe like in 6 months to a year? Anyone? You can raise your hand. You don't have, because some folks haven't been here. Have you noticed any changes on our campus? If you had a chance to walk around, if you haven't, walk around. There's a lot of positive changes on the campus. So I'm going to do a just general review of our 22-23 goals, carrying campus initiative. I won't get too much into that because other folks are going to talk about it. Give you an update on the talking circles, our dialogues on race and anti-racism. Just give you a brief update on the state budget, and then general updates. And that's where I'll probably spend most of my time. So this summer during the retreat, we worked on our college goals, and I wanted to share with you all the team members that were within each goal. So you get a general sense of who participated. We wanted to make sure we had faculty, staff, and administration in each of the goals. Goal 1 typically was more around curriculum. Goal 2 was more around myself and the role that I should play at the institution. Goal 3 is around equity and planning and so forth. And goal 4 is professional development. And you'll see that. And I'm not going to read the whole goal, and we're going to be sending these slides out to everyone, but we want to give you all a general sense of the work that we're continuing to do. They're somewhat similar to last year and the year before, but they've been modified, and we trying to be more intentional about placing action and timelines behind our goals. So goal 1, provide transformative training opportunities and student feedback for faculty to increase awareness and practice of inclusive, diverse, equitable, anti-racist, and accessible pedagogy and curricula in the classroom. And then you see the respective actions. Goal 2, as I mentioned, is more centered around the president and my responsibilities. Administration, faculty, staff, and students led by the college president must effectively engage in open dialogue with stakeholders to promote a welcoming, equitable, and inclusive environment. And you can see some of the things that we're wanting to do again. A lot of these are what we've been doing the last couple of years: law enforcement, talking circles, our dialogues on race and anti-racism. Hopefully, if you haven't gotten the books, or at least the book on bias, let us know and we'll get that book to you. And then just Pizza with the President, restarting that with our students. It's something we were doing before, but with the pandemic, it made it more challenging to engage students via Zoom. And goal 3, cultivate a sustainable culture of anti-racism in every facet of Madera Community College. And you can see those 4 actions associated: identify equity gaps, identify and categorize equity-minded strategies, create a resource listing, obtain feedback. Specifically, the last one was secondary effects of Academic Village 2. It will provide an opportunity for us to have a space where we can potentially create a multicultural center in the secondary impacts of AB2. And I know there'll be a little bit more update, but we're anticipating Academic Village 2 to be completed late October, early November, and hoping we can get in there and up and running for spring of 2023. That's the goal, but we can't control the construction. Goal 4, Madera Community College will collaboratively build an infrastructure and identify resources to support professional development activities centered around anti-racism, diversity, equity, and inclusivity. You see the 3 actions: identify a task force, identify resources, formalize the infrastructure process, and a communication plan, which we will be working on as well. And as I mentioned, we will send these out. I just want to be clear in sharing with you to the campus of what our goals are for this year. So Caring Campus, I won't speak too much on it because I don't want to steal the classified Senate's thunder on this, but it's something that I was hoping we could be a part of when I first arrived here. Reedley College is part of the Caring Campus initiative. And when I reached out to Brad Phillips, who runs that, he told me you had to be a college, so we couldn't apply separately, so we had to wait. Then once we became a college, the opportunity provided itself again to participate. I reached out to classified Senate leadership, and they said wholeheartedly, yes, we want to take this on and we want to do this work. We convened a meeting of our leadership team as part of the Caring Campus initiative with those folks, and then identified classified professionals that met quite frequently over the summer. Then they met back with our leadership team and came up with 3 areas that they'd like to focus on. Like I said, I won't go into the specifics. I don't want to steal any thunder, but the 3 are cross-departmental awareness, participating in Welcome Week, which is next week, and the 10-foot rule. And I'll let them go into more detail there. But just wanted to provide you an update of the great work that our classified professionals and our leadership team are focused on as it relates to the Caring Campus initiative. So if you hear it, that's what we're talking about. Talking circles. One of the things that we've been doing since the murder of George Floyd is we had talking circles, and we've had them since then, but they were not structured. They were not by topics. It was just a space for people to come in, a safe space to come in and share their thoughts, their feelings, and discuss any topic. I know there was faculty that were asking me and staff as well, could we create topics so then I know which ones I'm interested in, I can pop in and pop out. And so in that vein, I asked or solicited volunteers to help work with me. And as you can see, the work group members that volunteered to do this work are listed there. And for fall, this is what we have prepared. So Monica will send calendar invites to the campus. You all decline, accept as you see fit. If you want to participate, this is the Coalition of the Willing. It'll be facilitated by myself, and depending when I have to be out for college business, Lynette or one of the other folks on there, Deanna, Gloria, or Lucia will facilitate on my behalf if I happen to be out. So you can see the first one, August 19th, because we want to make sure people get situated. There's so much that's happened over the summer, and hopefully nothing significant or new pops up between now and the 19th. But as we know, there's been so many things happening around us that we did not want to put a topic for the 19th. and just welcome people and then have a general conversation of things that have taken place. And then we broke it down by month, as you can see there, and I won't read all of them. Dialogues on race and anti-racism. As you know, we're entering our third year. I really do want to thank the work group folks comprised of faculty and staff that have been working on this, and more importantly, to the campus community. We sent a survey, if you recall, at the end of spring, and these were the 2 books that were selected by the college community. Biased will be the book that we will be reading for fall, and Desert Exile will be the book that we will be discussing in the spring. Keep in mind, and it'll be TBD, we'll discuss these books at 2 of our college hours per semester, as we've done in the past. And Biased, as I mentioned, if you don't have it, let us know. If we don't have any more, we'll order more. As you all know, we continue to grow as an institution. We want to make sure that each and every one of you that wants to read the book has it. State budget, I'm not going to read every single item, but I'll try to hit on kind of the high notes. And I also put the link here for those of you that are highly interested in the budget that was adopted. You can click on that link. It's an active link. I tested it out early this week, and it still works. So as you can see, increased investment in affordable housing. I don't know if you all recall that we were selected as one of the community colleges and awarded about $500,000 to do a feasibility study for housing on our campus. Our team worked during the spring semester to submit an application to the state, and we were selected as one of the colleges to proceed with the feasibility study. So we're starting that work now, and it's going to continue this semester, and it's at a very aggressive timeline. And then if we're selected, then we will be awarded whatever millions of dollars it would take to provide student housing on our campus. So we're on that path. We're ahead of a lot of institutions because not a lot of them applied, and if they did, they were not accepted in terms to proceed with the feasibility study, and we are. So we're, one financial year ahead of other folks, and as we all know, right now financially the state is doing well. So if we can get this in and it makes sense for our institution, it'll be something that'll definitely help our students as well. The COLA, as you can see, how many of you heard or attended the board meeting on Tuesday? Okay. So if you saw there, the Board of Trustees approved the 6.56 cost of living increase for everyone except faculty. And as you all know, well, I'm just being transparent, because faculty are still in negotiation. So just keep that in mind, okay? But and this is all public record, so I'm not speaking out of turn. I'm just providing you with the facts, okay? Don't shoot the messenger. But if you go in board docs, you will see the classifications that were approved for the 6.56, okay? It wasn't meant to be humorous or sarcastic, but we're amongst friends, so yeah. There's also additional COVID funding that's available one time, and I think we're waiting to see if we have to apply individually or as a district, or if it comes to the district. The HERF stimulus dollars, they sunset May 30th, and you can potentially ask for an extension for September, but more than likely at the end of this academic year, we will no longer have stimulus dollars. There's also 64 million grants and implementation for equitable placement. As you all know, AB 705 and then AB 1705, which is moving away from any pre-college math and English. So that could be part of supporting us to move in that direction. There was also an overall increase in categorical program funding, such as strong workforce program, C, et cetera, which is a good thing. Deferred maintenance investment of $841 million will be good for us as a district because there's a lot of projects that we still need to work on as a district and as a college. Potentially, AC has been a big challenge, and I think we fixed it. But it has been a challenge in addressing roof issues, because Fernando knows when it rains, AM1 or the AM building is challenged when it rains. And it rains twice a year, and twice a year it goes through. Yes, I'm missing Washington, at least right now. Anyways. So the background, so I came from Washington State. In the last 3.5 years, I was in the Seattle area. So it's a big difference from here. And as I mentioned, so at the very bottom, there's the link. If you want to look at more specifics, get more information, it's there. So these are general updates that I want to provide for you all, but I didn't want this to be a 30-slide PowerPoint. But I have engaged Thunderbird Consulting to work with our leadership team, which comprised of deans, directors, vice presidents, and myself, for professional development, but also to look at what's working and what's not. The pandemic hit us at a time when where I was 10 months into my tenure. We were moving towards college status, and we had not finalized college status. And so there was a lot of transition, and our focus after we achieved accreditation was COVID. So we haven't really focused in on our processes, our relationships, the work that needs to be done, the growth that has taken place. And so they're coming in to help us address whether it's a communication issue, which is, a process issue with budgets. Somebody mentioned earlier TNCs when we were talking with the new folks. There's a lot of process issues, and as we continue to grow, we need to follow those processes, because it'll be challenging for us to operate the way we have in the past because of the growth. IEPI, I have engaged those folks at the state, and I know the Academic Senate President Mike and Gregory are fully aware of this. I shared that with them in the spring, that I would be reaching out to them to do work around culturally relevant curriculum and pedagogical practices. We have a site visit team that's scheduled sometime in the fall, and then a follow-up in the spring. And more than likely, we will receive about $200,000 for faculty to engage in culturally relevant curriculum and pedagogical work. So I'm just putting it out there, and obviously this is for the Coalition of the Willing, and I'd highly encourage you because it aligns with our mission, vision, and values, goals, and strategic plan. But I wanted to be able to provide the funding necessary to move us to that step to better serve our students. AM building, hopefully your deans have communicated with you. How many of you still, the auditorium in AM, what's the room number? All right, so I heard 120 and 124. Which one is it? 124. So the auditorium is now 124. I'll include the map for you all, but your dean should also be communicating that as well. The district came in, and because of the office spaces and all these other things, renumbered AM building. So we have different room numbers, okay? 114A and 114B that used to be the conference rooms are no longer. I think it's 101 now where I reside, which was formerly 114A. A lot of changes there, so just sharing that. Classrooms as well. Facility request process, as I talked to you about, there's a formal process. Please use it. We're short-staffed and custodial. We're trying to ramp up where we can, but generally speaking, we have to use the formal request process. Excuse me. Starting to get a little dry. Construction. How many of you experienced that this morning? Okay, so I want you all to understand that we're going to be challenged by this for a while, at least 4 to 8 weeks potentially, and it could be longer depending on what the county is doing. We met with them last summer because they were trying to do this last summer, and we told them you picked a bad time. Then they punted and moved on. And then in early July, they came back and were talking to the district, not me, And I was made aware a week after they talked to the district that they were going to start this work in late July. And so I engaged the county administrator and I talked to him, it's like, why are you all doing this? We had a conversation, you would not do it right before the fall semester. They said, okay, we'll work on it. We will never close Ave 12. And guess what they did today? So they picked this date to do it. So I called him and I let him know, and he said he was going to get back to me later. We're going to have to navigate ambiguity and uncertainty with this because I do not trust the level of communication that I've experienced in the last 3 months, and Michelle has experienced as well. Be patient with us. I'm not trying to throw you a curveball at 7:30 a.m. I was thrown that curveball because when it said road closed, I went right by it. I passed it, went all the way, the overpass came down because they told me there will always be a college entrance. And then there was not. So I had to loop back and go all the way around. So just be patient and be patient with our students, because what you experience today is something that they will probably experience next week. So please, exercise that patience. And I'm just sharing with you, we'll try to keep you as informed as possible, but that's our new reality right now. At the end of the day, it will be better for us because the roads will be better. The timing is just horrible. Testing, hopefully you read the email from the Chancellor early this week. I think it was Monday. For students, faculty, and staff that are not vaccinated, you only have to test once a week, okay? Just want to put that out there so you're aware if you had not read that email. Lumina Foundation, I already mentioned that. We'll know in a couple weeks whether we were selected or not. Open enrollment, I was like, what's this? You all register for a class or FTs go up. PE, since we have another PE instructor, right? Let's get out there. I'm kidding. So open enrollment is related to the medical benefits. Okay. Check your email. Vice Chancellor Mosier from HR sent that out. It's open enrollment time. Check it out. Just want to make sure I emphasize that if you're looking at switching, okay, or not. Any questions? And I think I got close to my time, Alejandra. So the question was, are the students getting notification of the instructions? And the answer to that is yes. Michelle and Bhupinder, who's are doing our website and other things, have created a specific website. We're going to work with the district to send a first to know, to let them know of the website, and then emails as well. Liz pulled kind of the name of the students, and we're notifying them as best as possible. As you saw, we told you one thing on Tuesday, and then today it was like totally different. It reversed. Yes, Michelle. Yeah. So what Michelle mentioned was do not forward emails to students to say this is the path forward. Forward them to the website that will have the most current information, and it'll be dynamic as things come up. I can take one more question. Yes, Francis. Oh. So it was mentioned, will there be any signage around 12? And that's part of our level of frustration with the county because we told them early on we needed that. So I will reiterate that. I don't have high hopes, but I'm hoping things will turn around because I made the second call and I told them I'm beyond frustrated. Lynette, and then we'll. So good question. Lynette mentioned, will college hour be in person? I will probably let you know by early next week. I'm still debating that because of the nature of engagement and so forth, but good question. Ray, and then I'll move on. And I'm gonna, so great transition. He asked what percentage of our classes are face-to-face, hybrid, online, and I know Liz is also going to share that. So it will be provided here shortly. Let me give you this for the streaming folks.
Ray, you'll see, your question will get answered when I get to that slide. Welcome, happy Thursday, everyone. Woohoo! So before I start clicking on my slides, August is actually National Back to School Month, and it only seems appropriate because we're all returning back to school. Our children will be returning back to school. So as we celebrate returning back to school and in the month of August, we also celebrate Family Fun Month and Happiness Month. And I'm saying this because it's really important as we start off the new year that we continue to keep our family in our thoughts and our prayers as we move forward. And there's going to be a lot of challenges as we move forward, but we want to keep it as happy as can be. So we want to also celebrate some of that stuff. And also in the month of August, we celebrate Wellness Month, which is very, very important for all of us, our mental health, our physical health, and our emotional health. So it's really important. I just want you guys to keep it at the forefront. The month of August, we're going to start the new year with happiness, wellness, and celebrating our families. President Reina, it's National Hair Loss Awareness Month. Were you aware of that? No? Okay. For the record, I got permission. I got permission from Monica to use that joke. The same. His choice, he said, it's his choice. So, and for all the chocolate chip cookie lovers, today is National Chocolate Chip Cookie Day. So the Office of Learning and Student Success, we oversee mainly instruction, but also have financial aid and admissions and records. This year, we really want to focus on providing instructional support, enrollment management, which I'll dig a little bit into, focusing on equity, inclusion, and excellence, and also technology support and innovation. So make sure we want to make sure that our office is communicating this with you, our deans, and that our faculty and staff are also reaching out to us to making sure that we're able to provide all these supports for you. So part of providing these supports is also recognizing that we do have quite a few new programs on our campus. And so everything from athletics, ethnic studies, hospitality, culinary arts, human services, truck driving, and viticulture. And I know we had the new faculty and staff slide going up, but can our new faculty in these areas please just stand up so people can recognize you? These are very new programs on our campus. Thank you. And we want to make sure that we continue to see these faces and you guys reach out to our new faculty and staff and provide that support. So all these new programs, they take a lot of work. And one program in particular, athletics, has been in the works for a couple of years. It's been our president's vision since day one to ensure that we had athletics on this campus. And we were fortunate with some of our new faculty hires to hire our first coach, our women's soccer coach. So we will be beginning our athletics programs. If some of you may recall, and for some of our new folks, back in March, we were actually approved by the CCCAA, which oversees our central conference, athletic conference. We were approved for soccer, cross country, swim, and dive. We don't know all of them that we're moving forward with, but these are the ones that we were approved for. We will be beginning women's soccer in the fall of 23. So we will actually have our first student athletes here in the spring of 2023. Very exciting. But this is done with the team, and we do have an athletics ad hoc that's been working with our athletics, making recommendations, going out, getting ideas of how to move forward with our athletics, everything from facilities to programs to our student athletes. So I want to recognize all the hard work of Kristen Maddox, Bill Turini, Bill Mask, Jay Leach, Jeff Reagan, Sophia Moreno, and again, our new coach, Coach Jerry Stupor. Thank you. All right, so as a result of all of these new programs, we're going to go into some strategic enrollment management where we're going to be having new students come to our campus, marketing our programs, and it's going to help us generate. So this fall, Liz will give you a more in-depth data, but I wanted to focus on our fall numbers. As you can see, we have over 4,000 students enrolled, 4,000 students. Now, while that may be down from previous years, we actually have students enrolling for more classes. So if a student was enrolled for one class, they're probably enrolled for two classes, or two classes, they're now enrolled for three classes. So we're actually having more students enrolling in courses. Our FTES, the full-time equivalent student, this is important because it's related to our funding. That number was a few days ago. As of today, we're at 1,186. And so we are very close, about 32, 34 away from our target. So here's a breakdown just to kind of give everyone a sense of where our students are right now. You can see we're trending still more than 50% online. About 38% of our students are in person and hybrid, and this is across 443 sections that we're offering. So those over 4,000 students are taking up over 9,000 seats. So again, that demonstrates that our students are taking multiple courses, potentially going from part-time to full-time status. So with all these students coming back on campus, we want to make sure we continue to provide support. Michelle, can you start making your way up here? I want to highlight our admissions and records and financial aid. We have amazing teams. With our financial aid, we do have funding where we're able to support students in need. So it's very important as faculty and staff that if you come across a student and they need additional support financially, connect with our financial aid department. We have our financial aid manager, Gary, who's here, and we are open to help students. We have the funding to help students. So if you run across students coming into some financial barriers, make sure that you refer them to our financial aid office. Michelle is going to touch a little bit on our self-serve.
Hi, everyone. Thank you. Very exciting. Robin Flores for the district and my team have been working over the summer to.
Sorry. Do I? Oh, that needs to be there. Okay. To transition to self-service. So Web Advisor, I believe as of today or yesterday, is gone. And so there's a lot of new processes that there's been lots of emails, there's been trainings over the summer, but I wanted to just make sure, since some of you may not have seen the emails, just be very aware that there's a lot of changes for both students and faculty. So the things I want to go over quickly are a few of the changes for faculty. So the way that you're getting your roster for your classes has changed. We are no longer printing out the rosters. Students can register until 11:59 on Sunday, which is different. We used to close it down earlier, so there was time to print the rosters. Now you're going to be able to go in on Monday morning and see your roster in self-service. And there's instructions, there's video instructions online that I can send a link to later on today, which again, a lot of you may have seen the trainings over the summer, but make sure that that's a very important thing to know. The other thing that is very different is there's no more ad codes. So if a student wants to add a class, there's a way for faculty to go into self-service with the student's ID number. So you need to get the student's ID number and you go into self-service and you add them, and then the student goes into self-service and sort of continues and finishes the ad process. So you're doing the adding in the self-service. Census, oh shoot, I didn't bring my glasses. Census certification is also changing and in self-service, and then waitlist management and the way that you do faculty drops. All of that's in self-service, and there's video instructions online that are very short and very easy. It's a very easy process. It's just different. So make sure that you go in and aren't surprised on Monday morning. Thank you.
Oh, I need to.
Oh.
As I'm doing all this exchanging, I'm telling you, with us transitioning out of COVID, I'm not liking the transitioning my mic and microphone. Oh, okay. In closing, I just want to remind everyone that we are coming into our ISA, our Institutional Self-Evaluation Report, which is required for our accreditation. So this is kind of a broad overview of our accreditation timeline. But moving forward for this semester, today during the break, right where you signed in at, we're going to have folks start signing up to be on your different teams so that we can start creating our teams for our ISER. And then in September, the team should start convening and organizing their meetings. And by November, submitting some progress reports to the Accreditation and Institutional Effective Committee. Kudos to Bill Turini, who got us this far. And then moving forward, Brad Millar will take over as our accreditation liaison coordinator. So if you have any questions, you can reach out to myself or Brad Millar. And I believe that is it. I am going to pass it over to VP Robles or Admin Services to Gina. Put this one.
Yeah, that's fine. That's mine. There you go. Thank you. Well, hopefully this is going to be short and sweet. So, and please don't get those glazed over eyes looking at budget, because I know this is not very exciting for a lot of you. So we're just going to go over what our year-end closeout looked like for 21-22, because we just started our new fiscal year starting July 1st. So our budget for 21-22 was 17.4, and our expenditures ended up at 16.632. So we had a savings of 797,000. That's equates to 4.575% of our unspent budget. And with the Schedule C, we ended up over budget at 713,000. Also, we received some one-time funding of 300,000 for with the increase of our HERF indirect funds that we get back for the indirect that we're charged for having those HERF funds. We get a portion of that back, so we get to use that on our campus. Now we're moving on to this year, 22-23, and this is the information that we have for XXO, XX1, and LTO. And you can see with tentative, we were at 18.442, and in the final, we ended up getting an increase, so we're at 19,093,384. So we got a good chunk of money there. I'm assuming that we will be getting additional funds once the faculty have actually ratified their contract, because I'm assuming that COLA will come along with that. So there could possibly be a change in the final budget. Excuse me. But where we are today is these are the numbers that we have. Also, with the Schedule C, the budget was reduced by that 314,000 for the district allocation due to the academic positions that we were approved for, where we got 6 faculty and 3 non-instructional. Updates for Academic Village 2. There's a lot of things that are going on with that right now. They're continuing with the exterior. You guys can visibly see that, I'm sure. There's windows and storefront glass that are being installed. We have site lighting that's going in. We also have the installation of the HVAC system, as well as interior work that's progressing as far as things with like the elevator and other multiple things that are happening with that. So it's moving along pretty well. I mean, I'm sure if you were here in the spring, the difference between then and now is pretty significant. Oakhurst. With Oakhurst, the project is scheduled to go to the DSA, which is the Division of State Architects. And that's going to be happening as a paycheck back in September of 2023. So it's not actually occurring right now, it's in the future, but there are some things that are happening behind the scenes with that. Our administration team for general fund restricted, that would be me. So you send anything through me. If you have anything that's unrestricted, you're going to start sending that to Yolanda Garcia. And the executive assistant to the VP of admin is Gloria Flores. So any questions regarding administrative services, you can contact Gloria. And our business office, we actually have a business office here in Madera Community College. Unfortunately, it's a person of one, and that does happen to be the business office manager. But if you have any questions about any business office related items, just reach out to Kimberly Blum. Any questions? Yes, Gracie. Yes, it's scheduled to go back to them in September of 2023. Well, I'm just relaying the information that I was given. So is it 2022? Okay, well. Would you? Thank you. Well, you guys are there, so I'm sure you have better information than I do. So thank you for the update. Any other questions? No? Yay, I'm free to go. Thank you.
I'm gonna make sure I get this thing on right. Okay. Okay, well, good morning, everyone. So I have to tell you, I am extremely excited, and I was talking to some of you about it because for me, it's like a kid in their first day of school. It's just exciting. And, you know, I just didn't get a new outfit, but other than that, you know, it's like the first day of class. And I think that a lot of you were feeling the same way because, well, we have not been able to be with each other for more than, what, 2 years? And for me, this is my first time that I'm with all of you and not seeing at those little squares. So it's exciting. And that's the great way to kick off the year despite of all the tribulations that we had getting here, right? So it's exciting. So as some of you know, I began here in March 1st. And so now I'm celebrating my 5th month. And I am the Vice President of Equity and Institutional Effectiveness. So I wanted to give you a quick overview of the division. I want to talk to you about a little bit about the division team, the goals for the academic year for the division, some division highlights, talk to you a little bit about program review, and a very critical piece for this college, which is the Madera College, our first student equity plan. So as I mentioned, I am new to the institution, but yet I feel very much at home, and that's due to all of you, because all of you have really made me feel at home. And I think that that's also what you do for our students. We are definitely a family, and that is a great feeling. And then we have Ms. Julie Preston Smith, who we were so pleased to remove the interim behind from her name, and now she's a permanent dean. And then we have Ms. Gabriela Encinas, the Director of Student Success. And the critical piece about Gabi is the fact that she is also overseeing the camp program, which for some of you, if you don't know, we were the first college in the district to receive that grant. So that's amazing. And then we have Dr. Peter Arnold, who is actually our very first site services coordinator. So that's also extremely exciting for our college. Some of the other programs that we have, of course, in the division, it's our career transfer and employment services, our counseling, health services, psych services, like I mentioned, research, of course, a lot of us just could not do our work without the support of Miss Liz Villalobos. So thank you, Liz. And student activities. We also have EOPS, our ESL and TRIO programs, CalWorks, Upward Bound, and DSPS. The significance about listing all of the programs is because I mentioned we are a family. And so what that means is that the Division of Student Services really collaborates and supports the work that our instructors are doing. We work hand in hand, and that is really the intent, to align so that we can bring about success for our students. So that is really the goal that we want to accomplish. I want to identify some of the, and share with you some of the academic year goals. And that is to identify professional development opportunities for the team. Again, to be able to identify opportunities for growth, to identify opportunities for alignment, because I believe, and I hope that a lot of you would agree with me, that the more that we know about other areas, that it's not our areas of expertise, but the more that we step out into other areas, it empowers us to be more effective, to align, and to understand more of each other's work. So that's one of the things that I would really hope that we do in the division. Another aspect that we really want to work on, because we are a growing institution, this is an opportunity, and it's kind of like we can dream about what do we want to be when we grow up. And that is really to develop our processes and infrastructure, because we want to be able to work more effectively, to avoid duplication, because that also means that we're just all working more in alignment and not developing those silos that are very easy to develop when we start growing. Another area is to develop a program procedures manual, and that is so that when somebody new comes in, we can just be able to handle those, give them a manual, and that way they'll know this step 1, step 2, and that helps also in the professional development and in the growth for the staff, and of course the division, which ultimately translates to the success of our students. And then we're talking about the very important part, which is the student services areas, the program review that it has been done, and we will be continuing to do program review to identify those opportunities again of growth. So I do want to highlight the divisions, some of the highlights, and of course I mentioned the camp program, and this is a picture of some of our students. I had the opportunity to speak to some of them a couple of weeks ago, and it's just exciting. I mean, it's just the full of energy, and for me, that I was at a district office for more than 10 years, it was really exciting, and the energy that I'm getting also from all of you, and then of course from the students, it really highlights why we do what we do. And so this is our second of our 5th year of the camp program. And then of course, you guys know that our team is working, reaching out to the community, and this is just a picture. I wanted to put pictures of everyone, but of course, I know that I only had an allotted time, but this is just to highlight the work that our team does to reach out to the community, to increase the enrollment, to showcase our academic programs out in the community, of course, to continue to grow. This is an opportunity. Again, we are working to really align and work. And this is an opportunity from our student services side of the house to, work with our peer mentors, to go and speak at your classes. This is for the instructors, so that again, we can continue to align and support each other. And then our college-wide program review, and I have to just thank Mr. Belmas and team for the wonderful work that they've done. And so I want to share with you that in the last year, it was 19 program reviews were completed in the last semester. In the summer, they have been working, and this is the work that they've done. In-depth reworking of our equity-driven process. And as you know that, we've been hearing equity, that's like the theme. And this is something that they were working on over the summer. They did additions to the handbook and templates. And then we want to let you know that the office, and I think it's all of the offices actually in administration, will be going through our own program review this upcoming academic year. Oh, except the president. Huh. Wow. Okay, and then we've been talking about the equity plan. And I shared with you that this is really significant because for our college, we didn't have our own equity plan, because as you know, we were with Disney, we just celebrated our 2nd anniversary. And so now we are developing our equity plan, and there's a team. Can I have the members of the ad hoc committee for the equity plan, please stand up? No, there's several. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. So, and this is the timeline. So as you can see, we have a lot of work ahead of us, but we have been doing quite a bit of work over the summer, and we are very confident that we are going to meet these timelines. And then we want to invite you to our open house today. And these are, so please stop by and visit us at these various locations, because we are excited to welcome you to our open house. And with that, I want to thank you and wish you an amazing, amazing academic year.
Yeah, let's see how this. Well, good morning, everyone. Before I begin, as many of you know, of course, my name is Gregory Ramirez. I am the Academic Senate President. And for those of you who have not had a chance to meet me, and for people who are new here, but before I actually begin and get into things, I would like to go ahead and take this time, if you could join me in thanking Mike Newton for the tremendous job that he did during his time as Academic Senate President. I also want to thank you too, Mike, for taking me under your proverbial wing, as I was president-elect, and of course you were president. And so hopefully, I will do the best job I can with this particular transition. So anyway, if you're noticing the first slide right here, I have to concede that I was kind of in a goofy mood when I was putting it together, and you were kind of maybe catching a couple of the pop culture references. And I guess it's kind of twofold in many ways. I was kind of thinking to myself that, of course, this is the beginning of a new academic year, but also this is our first opening day in over 2.5 years, in person. So, with that said, whatever, I don't know if you have like a little personal anthem that you're going to turn to or whatever. Got a couple suggestions. I don't know, maybe you can think of it as being back in the saddle again, so to speak, or, I don't know if the Welcome Back Cotter theme song is in your mind. Or, I know I'm picking some old school kind of stuff right here. Maybe you want something a little bit more current, still in the 20th century though, but maybe you're more of a return of the Mac kind of person, So whichever one, or if you can think of something else, go with it, please. But either way, I just wish and hope for an excellent semester for all of you going in. And so I want to go ahead and start right here. For those of you who missed out, there was a peaceful transfer of power. It was documented, okay? Back at commencement, I have the date. It's being covered, or it shouldn't be covered up. Maybe it's it's one of those things. Sorry about that. May 20th, right there where you have to hit it again. But yeah, May 20th, documented right there. There I am in my tam and gown, and Mike Newton is right there. And I guess what's better than passing the baton figuratively than actually passing it literally, right? So as you can see, we've got that going there, and that's what we have. So here we are. And of course, you know, I mentioned being academic senate president, but I really need to make it clear that this isn't like a one-man show type of deal. We have, as part of the academic senate, multiple people who are helping out. I'm going to start off with the executive council. Of course, in fact, if those of you who are in the executive council, if you wouldn't mind either standing up or raising your hand, so that way, you know, we can see you, you know, visibly and everything. Immediate past president Mike Newton. So he hasn't gone away. He's still here. You know, he's just serving in the role of immediate past president here. President, that's me. President-elect Bill Turini. Okay, he's back there, masked up and all. All right, and then we've got the vice president for Senate Business, Lynette Cortez Howden. All right. Vice President for Curriculum, Cheryl Young Manning. All right, there she is. And Secretary Hillary Baylor. All right. And you should see from the slide that those that have asterisks, those are the new members. They were elected. And in fact, actually, aside from Mike Newton and myself, everyone on the list was either elected or, in Cheryl's case, re-elected to their position. So I am actually really excited to be working with all of you right there. In fact, I don't know how many of you, oh, hello? Testing, okay. Okay, all right. And this is streaming, isn't it? Oh, crap, this is gonna go viral, I bet. Anyways, so, all right, moving along here, let's go on to the senators from the departments right here. And so I just arranged it using initials, although at the bottom, the adjuncts are vacant. So, you know, if those of you who are able to go ahead and forward names for those particular positions, please do so. But I'm going to go ahead and introduce the senators from the department. So stand or raise your hand. It's up to you if you wouldn't mind. From counseling and learning assistance, we've got Sergio Lemus. Okay, and Gracie Spear. She's already raising her hand up right there. From the composition, languages, and literature, we've got Dr. John Fitzer and Jay Leach. All right, thank you. Career and technical education, Dr. Elizabeth Day. And Gina, I hope I get this right. Is that Gina? Oh, I'm sorry. It's actually Elizabeth Mosqueda. Okay, I got to update that then. Apologies. All right. So Elizabeth Mosqueda. So we got to think something to fix right there. Social science, humanities, fine arts, language science, or SHFALS, as we like to refer to it as. We've got Bill Castanes and John Carlson. All right, so. And then finally, from science, technology, engineering, and math, we've got Michelle Abunam and Linda D. Morales. All right. Okay, and then I should point out that, you know, the terms kind of vary for senators as well as department chairs, which we're moving on to in this next slide right here. So some have served in their, you know, positions for 1 or more years. It just kind of depends on their, you'd have to ask them for the clarification on that one. But I'll just go to the initials right here. CLA, Department Chair Maria Ensminger. Okay. CLL, we've got Jeff Reagan. For CTE, Dr. George Cartwright. Falls, once again, so we've got Bill Turini. And for STEM, Todd Kandarian. And then just a reminder for the committees that, are considered academic Senate committees. And again, thank you to those of you who serve on there and who chair those committees. We've got the academic standards, curriculum, distance education, equivalency, and flex. Okay, and so again, thank you for those who serve on those particular committees. And if you have any questions about, any of those committees, you're welcome to go ahead and ask, department chairs or anything if you wish to serve or attend any of those particular meetings. I should point out that just a couple of things. As you probably have picked up, I haven't gotten into any thorough information. I got to save some stuff for tomorrow as part of the informational meeting presentation that we're going to have here in TM11 from 12 to 1. Lunch will be provided. So, there will be a working lunch. Looking forward to that. And then also giving you a heads up that we have our general meetings on the 2nd and 4th Fridays from 10:30 to 12 p.m. Technically next week, the 12th is the second Friday of the month, but I doubt many of you would even want to attend during the first week of instruction. So with that being said, we're actually going to go ahead and start that up on August 26th. And whether or not we'll do that face-to-face or Zoom, the executive council will get back to you guys in the very near future about that. Okay, so that's to be determined. So I just want to say that if you have questions, myself, those I pointed out as part of the executive council, your senators, your department chairs, we're here to help you. And it'd probably be cumbersome to go ahead and put everybody's contact information up here. I've at least got mine there, my email address, phone number, office. You can track me down or find me somewhere or another. But anyway, thank you. And I look forward to serving all of you as Academic Senate President.
Hi, good morning. My name is Sarah Gonzalez. I'm currently the Classified Senate President. Thank you. I'm going to keep this fairly short so that we can go on our break and kind of relax and let loose. Okay, I'm going to be discussing some classified updates. First of all, I'd like to introduce our executive board and senators, if they can just raise their hand, stand up, whatever they feel comfortable doing. Our vice president is Sofia Moreno. And our treasurer is Eduardo Macias, wherever he's at. And our senator, we have 4 senators: Jennifer Marta, Alejandra Tovar, Kimberly Murray, and last but not least, our representative from Oakhurst location, Amanda Johnson. Okay, so we had 4 of our classified professionals had the opportunity to travel to Riverside back in June. This was a great opportunity. There's a photo of myself, of Fresno City College colleague, and Deanna Calvin, who's right here. So this was a great opportunity just to network with many classified professionals around the state. And it was just a really great way to learn and just bring that knowledge to campus. Oh. Okay. Sorry about that. Okay, and then over the summer in July, we had a professional development opportunity at the Next Gen Escape Room, thanks to Daisy and those who involved to put this together. Some of us made it out of the escape room, some of us didn't. It was it was an experience, and I do recommend if, yeah. You want to do some professional development to give this as an option. And then we did also a communications building activity to, further build our communication within classified setting. Okay, this is my favorite part, Caring Campus. President Reyna did mention earlier what Caring Campus Initiative, we had a bunch of classified professionals work on this over the summer. So what's Caring Campus? It's an intentional effort to make a mindset change and to make students feel more connected to Madera. It's also a way to have classified get together and feel connected with one another. And one thing I heard at the CLI conference is, campuses have enough policy and procedure. We need that human component, that heart of the campus, that connection with our students. And often, classified are the first to contact students when they enter campus, and we know about their struggles, we know about their challenges. So it's just a good idea to get classified involved and to set these behavioral commitments and to basically just build that connection with our students. Okay, so I'm going to go into the 3 behavioral commitments that we have worked on. So they're not in any specific order, they're all important. So there's the 10-foot rule. So if you're within 10 foot of a student, just approach them, say hello with a positive vibe, smile, and ask them if they need any help. Students come to campus and they may not be sure who works here, or they're timid, they have their head down, they're scared. So just be that welcoming voice and assist them. And then first week greetings. So our goal is to get everybody involved and have them out there greeting students in the parking lot between AM building and AV1, and just help them, direct them to classes, or give them any relevant information they need to succeed on campus. And then also cross-department awareness. It's really good to know where people are at and what they're doing. So where to send students, whether it's financial aid, student services, or student activities. We should know this type of information, and directories have been worked on over the summer and should be sent out. It's up to administrators. Yeah, hopefully next week. We're still updating. There's still a lot of new faces and getting things situated. So that's it for my presentation. Thank you.
An 18-minute break just to round it out. So 10:40, we'll come back.
Although that's, gosh, close to 800, or just under, that was earned by 485 individual students. So I think that also deserves a round of applause for those students. So we had our opportunity to deploy our graduate survey this year. It's part of maintaining our accreditation and a best practice for accredited institutions. So of those 485 students, we did ask them before they left, and we encouraged them to complete a graduate survey with our very cool, highly coveted alumni Madera Community College license plate holder. So this is the first year we're able to provide them, and we will be providing them from years forward. And so students that were that received some type of degree or certificate, we did ask them, what are your plans? You know, down the line, we're able to validate this information via the National College Survey and things like that, clearinghouse, excuse me. But it's good to get on the forefront and see what some of those plans are for our students. So as I shared, there were 485 individual graduates, 127 completed the grad survey. Part of the question is to better understand if they feel like Madera Community College is their home campus. And so 100 of those students selected Madera as their main campus. This is where they belong. Of those 100 students, excuse me, 66% stated that they were enrolled or finalizing enrollment into a four-year institution. And a majority, I'm sure is no surprise to us, are picking a CSU, so Fresno State, Stack State. And when I say majority, it was like 85% of those students that are planning to transfer. 17% of our students stated that they are ready to be employed. They're ready to go out into the work world. And 11% are returning to community college, I presume, to obviously continue their education, maybe earn another certificate. And 6% were unsure of their next step. So again, it's neat to have a better understanding of our students that are leaving our system. Again, this is a small representation of all that officially graduated, but then again, we're able to validate this across future in a year or two, whether we actually do see them in a four-year institution. Marissa? That survey was made available after graduation. Yeah, thank you, good question. All right, as we move forward, who are we welcoming onto our campus this year? Please note lots of caveats with this data, as we're all well aware. We have kind of the ebbs and flows, the dust settles as students enroll into their classes. But we have, we are obviously continuously during the summer keep a pulse of all the students that are coming onto our institution. Excuse me. But so we are welcome, and this number is a little bit dated. So here I have 4,330 students. We're actually closer to about 4,400 in fall 22. Again, depending on the timestamp and when these numbers are pulled, we don't have official numbers until census. I'm gonna say that one more time. We don't have official numbers until census. And then the end of the academic year is also when we have our short-term enrollment and our dual enrollment and all that good stuff, okay? Census is 2 weeks into the term, and it depends. Okay, so I'm getting to the weeds a little bit, but it depends, right? What, how many LHE the class is, et cetera, but kind of the rule of thumb is 2 weeks in. That's when the dust starts to settle for students in terms of them switching classes. So 483 of those students, we are considering continuing, meaning not to be confused with persisting, continuing, previously enrolled in our community college districts. We are welcoming 700 first-time true, what some would call freshmen, 700 first-time incoming students. And then of course we have our other enrichment and our dual enrolled students that will continue during to complete the enrollment process. Any questions there? All right, on to the next slide. So what is the makeup of these students? Who are we looking forward to seeing here? 32% of our students that are enrolling onto our campus identify as female. 66% as male, and 2% unknown or other. Oh, I'm sorry, 32% male, 66% female, thank you, and 2% unknown. Next slide. What does our full-time, part-time status look like? Please know, as a district and also a highly cross-enrolled institution, cross-enrolled meaning our students will take a course here and Fresno City take a course here and Clovis. So we look at full-time or part-time enrollment based on district enrollment, district units. And this falls in line with pretty much the average that it's been the past academic years. 58.4% of our students attend part-time, whereas 41.6% of our students are considered full-time students. Next slide. And as Dr. Harris shared earlier, again, with the ebbs and flows and students settling their schedule, some things do adjust a little bit. But for the most part, our students that are enrolled, seat count wise, approximately 60% are choosing to be online. And face-to-face, approximately 24% are choosing as of this timestamp to stay online. Again, final numbers after census. And just one last friendly reminder, those of you who have heard me speak to this project before, the Streamline pilot project, it is a state level project that Madera was hand-selected to be part of. We are now part of 8 California institutions that are taking part in the Streamline pilot project. And so what that really means is piloting a portal in which we align our budget with the Vision for Success goals. We are part of piloting the actual reporting portal. And we do have, and I want to thank, an ad hoc team that helps support this work, not only for us to really get ahead of a system that's going to come into play here pretty soon, but also inform the state level as to how to potentially roll that out. And so we're going to reconvene our ad hoc committee. And I just want to thank those folks who've helped before from budgets and of course our special programs. And this is my way of saying that we're going to continue doing that work. So congratulations. And that's pretty much it, unless there are any other questions. Stand, go for it. No, normally what I've seen in our trend analysis is that 60-40 tends to be the split. Yeah, so percentage wise, there may be a slight dip, but again, we look at it as a district. How many units are taking as a within a district, not just our campus. When we look at our campus numbers, those vary, those change. I'm not sure if I'm the correct person to answer that. But the question that was asked is in terms of increasing male student enrollment. I'm gonna step away.
So we started some of that work district-wide with the Chancellor's Commission on Engagement of Young Men. Dr. Pimentel, who's now the president of Fresno City, and I co-chaired that. Along with some of our faculty and staff that participated in that. I know Liz, Darren, Kayam, Sergio. I'm missing anyone else from our campus that participated in that. And we have completed the final report, sent it to our chancellor to look at strategies to engage males on our campus. One of the data sets that pointed out distinguishing from females, at least during the pandemic, that males were more likely to choose face-to-face than online, and that impacted some of the enrollment. The data's there. One of the other things that we've done locally, and thanks to Michelle Corbett and her team, is we held, and then Dan Rivera was critical in this as well. We held a session, a dinner with just male students on our campus, and that was couple weeks ago, I believe. Sorry, we had a lot of events going on the last couple of weeks, and Michelle and her team were great on doing that. So it's an intentional focus, and we're being intentional about calling that male student population out that we want them on our campus and we're trying to engage them. And that's just the beginning. All right, so now I'll turn it over to Dr. Harris.
All right, so moving on the agenda. Thank you all for your patience as we went through a lot of updates. You guys received a lot of information this morning. On behalf of Guided Pathways and the Equity Committee, we do have our guest, Michelle Stricker. She's a local, but also representing our office in Sacramento, and I'll allow her to talk a little bit more about herself. But we're going to dive into Guided Pathways, Equity in Action. Then we'll have lunch. After lunch, our classified professionals are dismissed to go back to their duties and responsibilities. But if your manager has approved for you to stay, we do encourage you to stay for the after lunch activity as well. Thank you.
Hello, everybody. All right, they gave me the coveted before lunch spot. So I'm super excited about that. So before I get started, one, how many of you are super familiar with Guided Pathways? You feel pretty good about it, you understand it. Awesome. Keep your hand raised if you think I'm an expert at Guided Pathways. Michelle, why are you talking about this? I'm going to be checking my emails. Anybody? Okay, thanks for being honest. So I have the next few minutes with you guys to talk about and set the stage for what's going on at Madera, both what's been going on at Madera with Guided Pathways and kind of where we're headed, both as a system and as a college as we move in. So first of all, who am I? Why should you listen to me? Why do you care? My name is Michelle Stricker. I've been working in higher education for over 20 years. I know I look so young, but it's hard to believe. And I have the distinct pleasure, oops, I am not good with this. I have the distinct pleasure of working for 12 years at Reedley College and actually working hybrid with Madera. There's some pictures up here for you. You're going to see one, I like to put that picture up there because that's when I was young and skinny and like very, but that's actually me as a student ambassador at Kings River Community College. Thank you very much. Now known as Reedley College. And I was one of the first student ambassadors that Reedley ever had in 1990 something. And if you look really closely, you'll see a couple of other people that still work at Reedley in that picture as well. That was my very first team I ever worked with. That was my introduction to working with teams, working on a college campus, really understanding the needs of students. The picture at the bottom is my current team. So my current role is I am a lead Guided Pathways regional coordinator. I'm going to talk a little bit more about what that means, but I have a team of 6 that covers the Central Valley, Inland Empire, and San Diego regions. So my very first team and my most recent team there on that slide for you. You see a picture of my family, and I put that up there because my family is very important to me. My husband works in K-12, so we are an education family. He's director of special ed and PPS for Sanger Unified. He's been the COVID coordinator for the last 2 years, so lots of fun in our house. But he is also a graduate of Kings River Community College. We met in English 1A. If you know David Borofka, we met in David Borofka's class. So you may have future long-term relationships happening in your class. We just celebrated our 25th wedding anniversary. So those are my 2 kids. Zach is a graduate from Reedley College in 2021 with ASTs in both communications and kinesiology. He's currently transferred to Fresno State. He wants to be a physical therapist. And Maddie, we look a little bit alike. She will be starting her first on-campus classes at Reedley on Monday. So excited. We are a 3rd generation Reedley College, State Center Community College family.
So community college is in our blood. Community college is what I am passionate about. So I just want to give you some updates of why I do this work. So currently I work with the Guided Pathways Implementation Team, which is a unit within the Success Center for California Community Colleges. The Success Center for California Community Colleges is a national network of success centers. There's 17 across the nation. And in our particular unit, we work directly with colleges and directly within the system, facilitating, helping faculty and staff, disseminating resources, doing things like this, helping our colleges, providing direct supports and curating resources. So excited to be here. That's our entire team. You can see where we kind of float across the state. So let's talk a little bit about GP 1.0. So for those of you that didn't know, we just finished a 5-year implementation grant that was given through the Chancellor's office starting in 2017. The last year of disbursement was last year for that implementation grant. So where all this started, for those of you that may be a little bit newer to this, I didn't see a ton of hands raised, so we're going to talk about this. The Vision for Success came out in 2017. Remember that the Vision for Success, another way to think about that, is the Vision for Success is really the strategic plan for the system. So when we talk about Vision for Success goals, when we talk about how we're going to apply the Vision for Success to our colleges, all of our work that we're doing, all the grants that are driven from the legislature, everything that comes out of the Chancellor's office and any surrounding entities is really going to focus on meeting those Vision for Success goals. We are getting ready for a new Vision Success 2.0 to be rolling out in fall, we're being told. But we don't think it's going to change a lot. I'll share with you where we think that's going to be going, what we're being told. So the Vision for Success was really the first step in this idea of process and mindset shifts, and really looking at how are we aligning our resources and programs to put students first. The way the system decided to do that was by adopting a Guided Pathways framework. Guided Pathways is a national movement. It's been tested in multiple states, but they decided that was the framework under which they wanted to put all of the different work that all of our system is doing across all 115 at the time, 116 now, colleges. And this was their visual of kind of how they were trying to make that work happen. So when they started to roll out Guided Pathways, really what they did was they were really all about the pillars. So how many of you have seen the pillars? The pillars, right? We all know about the pillars. And there was lots of visuals around the pillars, lots of talking about the pillars. Remember, they're clarifying the path, entering the path, staying on the path, and ensuring learning. So again, this idea of a framework. So to put that in a visual for you, what we were trying to do is take all of these different pieces that we were currently engaged in, all these initiatives. If you were around in 2017, we had a lot of initiatives going on, and trying to take all of our services, our initiatives, all these different pieces we were doing and kind of put them inside this framework. So looking something like this. So that's really when the Guided Pathways Implementation Grant came out, and all 115 at that point, 116 now, colleges signed an assurance, said we all agree to this. This is the work that we're going to engage in for the next 5 years. Then we started to realize as we were doing this work, it made a lot of sense. The pillars were great. We were wrapping our brain around it. And then we started to realize it was too big. And I use the analogy a lot of, it was too big of an elephant to eat at one time. We had to start kind of breaking it down and really focusing in on those processes and procedures and policies that we thought were going to make significant differences for our students. So when we started to simplify that, what we really realized is what we were talking about in our specific system was really 3 big buckets. 3 big buckets that would affect students. And that was guided exploration, integrated student supports, and dev ed reform. So bucket 1, guided exploration. This one was really where we were started to talk about that clarifying the path, creating maps for students, thinking about our coursework, thinking about how we were onboarding our students, bringing them in, helping them to figure out where they fit, helping them to get through the pathways, the transfer, all of this idea of, but doing it in an educated and informed way. So one of the things that really started to come out of guided exploration was this idea of creating empowered students, empowering our students to own their education, empowering their students to own their education path. So I told you I worked at Reedley for 12 years. I had a variety of hats that I wore. I worked with some of you at that point. One of the hats that I wore for many years was as a counselor, and I was the STEM counselor. I also opened the career center there, so career counseling and STEM counseling. I moved into outreach and was the outreach coordinator for both Reedley and Madera. And then I moved into student success matriculation. When I left Reedley, I was the guided pathways faculty lead. I was tenured faculty. I decided to leave tenure during a pandemic because that just seemed like a good idea. But it's worked out well. So this part, it was very dear to my heart. I really grabbed onto this part personally. And I think this is the part where we really see this idea of how we're empowering students to own their education, to own their path, to be able to move through this idea of guided exploration. We're helping them, we're guiding them, but they're in charge of moving through that path, right? So, but that means we have to really look at, have we laid a good path out for them? Is the path clear? Is the path doable? Is the path accessible to all of our students? These are the questions that started to come up as we looked at guided exploration. So we looked into things like maps, meta majors, early career assessment, early advising, onboarding. These were all the pieces that really started to coalesce in this first bucket. The second bucket is around integrated student supports. And I want to be really clear, when I say student supports, I don't mean student services, okay? Student supports is the responsibility of the college. Everyone in the college, every single person in this room today provides a support in some way or another for students. You are supporting your student when they walk in your classroom. You are supporting them when they walk into your office. You are supporting them when they walk on your campus. Our job is to support our students. And if we're not supporting our students, why do we have our doors open? So, and originally though, integrated student supports really focused pretty heavily on some key pieces around orientation, onboarding, and then that progress monitoring and follow-up. So one of the big pieces that we realized early on was we can make a map and we can put out a map for a student, but if we don't know if a student is on path or off path, all we've done is make a really fancy major sheet. Okay, I'm gonna say that again. If we don't know if a student is on path or off path at any given time, all we've done is made a really fancy major sheet. We've not empowered that student. We've just created another piece of paper that says, go do this and figure it out. So we really, when we talk about guided pathways, it's deeper than just maps. It's deeper than just meta majors. It's how is the student traveling that path? Are we supporting them? Do we know where they are? Can we help them move down that path? What supports do we need to provide them and when? So you start hearing things like just-in-time supports, right? But we can't give a just-in-time support if I don't know where a student is at. So this also started to get into things like scheduling, which we're going to talk a lot more about today. Effective teaching practices, moving into that ensuring learning space, making sure our students are learning and can be successful once they leave us, all of these types of supports. The third bucket, especially early on, and it's kind of resurfacing now, is the Dev Ed reform. And this started with AB 705 and is continuing with 1705. And this was the idea of moving students into the pathways with an equity lens, helping them to everyone to enter the pathway kind of with the same supports and services and at the same levels. So one of the big things that happened very early on with AB 705 was the removal of placement. So one of my hats was in assessment, so had to deal with all of that. And moving into self-placement, looking at curricular pieces like co-requisites, contextualized courses, modular learning, library instruction, these different supports we could build in to that. And then a whole set of student supports really also fall into this DevEd reform. Things like OER and zero textbook cost, embedded tutors, embedded librarians. Canvas was actually one of the big pieces that came forward out of guided pathways, because that was a tool we could give the entire system to help with some of these education reforms. Supplemental instruction, lots of different supports in there for students, but really looking at how we're offering our classes to our students and how we're supporting our students no matter where they are and no matter what they're coming to us with. So meeting the student where they are and offering them the appropriate resources and supports to be successful. So those were our three buckets. When we really dug into it, when we really started to do this work, that's what we realized. So now I mentioned earlier that we just finished the 5-year grant in June. So as we look at kind of the journey that we've taken, we're really starting to look forward. And in 2022, what we've realized over the last 5 years, when we talk about guided pathways, is we're really talking about a holistic student perspective that's continuous, that's equitable, that's iterative, and that has a constant and relentless focus on our student success. This is where we want to be. This is where we are going. This is where we are going to continue to go. So my lovely visual for this looks like this. We have the pillars. They're rigid, they're strong, they're tall, right? But they feel very isolated. They feel very singular. And a lot of colleges approached it that way. A lot of colleges we're going to work on clarifying the path. We're going to work on ensuring learning. Only this group of people can work on this, and this group of people need to work on that. And that's where we started. And then we realized, you know what? Not going to work for us. The pillars really aren't supposed to be rigid. Our students aren't rigid. Our students aren't coming to us in a formulaic manner. Every student doesn't walk in at clarifying the path. They walk in at different spaces. So we knocked those down and we thought, okay, well, maybe it's a journey. We journey through this, right? We start with clarifying the path, and then we move, and then we do this. But we're still asking the student to move themselves through that. We're still putting the impetus and the onus on the student to move themselves down that pathway. Where we want to go is something more integrated, something more holistic. Wherever the student is on our path, that we are ensuring that they are learning throughout the entire process, that clarifying the path may need to happen multiple times, that staying on the path may mean I need to leave for a semester and have an on-ramp back. That may be staying on the path for a student. We need to look at the student in their individual journey, and we need to create on-ramps and off-roads. We need to create pathways that are flexible and meet their needs. So now we are in GP 2.0. That was our GP 1.0. I used to use our iPhone 1, right? Our iPhone 1. Now we're moving into our next iterations of what those are. This next set of slides you're going to see are directly pulled from Chancellor's office slides. Over the last 6 months, all of the presentations are available in the Vision Resource Center. I've just kind of curated some of the main points for you guys. So as we look ahead, as we think about where we want to go with guided pathways, one of the things that we have to look at is our new reality, our post-COVID reality, our reality that's happening in 2022, 23, and beyond. And one of the things that we really have seen and that we know to be true is that we are moving from an old economy into a new economy. We are moving from a static where a student got educated, they worked, they retired, into an economy where a student may go in and out of any of those spaces at any given time. Another way to look at this is like this. Our old model said we needed to create experts. You educated the student, you sent them out into the world as an expert, and they were successful. They climbed the ladder, they retired, they got their pension, they moved forward. The new model is not like that. The new model is, I do a job, I realize I need some more skills, I have no problem going back to school, or I want to go back. I need an avenue or an on-ramp to go back and get continuing education. Our new model says, I'm going to try this career and I may not like it, and at 35, I'm going to leave tenure and go do something else. Not 35, but we're going to pretend, all right? So this is our new reality of the students we're dealing with. This means different things for us as a system. This means a renewed emphasis and focus on our communities and putting the community back in community college. What does our community look like? Not all of our students are 18 and coming to us directly from high school. They're coming to us as adult learners. They're coming to us as returning students. They're coming to us as career changers in midlife. They're coming to us from a variety of spaces. And they're going to continue to come in and out of our system as needed. So when we think about that, when we think about that new reality, when we think about what our students actually look like, what our communities look like, what our communities need from their college, we know that we've got a few things that we're going to focus on. This is from a presentation by Vice Chancellor Alvarado and a few other of the people in the CO. I've pulled them together because this is giving us an idea of where we can expect to see emphasis being placed. So a couple of things. We're going to continue to elevate the student voices and experiences. The student is at the center of all that we do. When we say all students do X, the immediate question somebody should ask after that statement is made is, how do you know that? Have you talked to a student? Is it evidence from data? Is it something you've seen experienced in your classroom? How are we verifying our assumptions about our students? Are we including our students into our decision-making processes to keep ourselves honest about what's going on in our community and with our students? You had some great things from your president about the student listening tours. The Chancellor's office is going to continue to do those. Those are a great way to start gathering that student voice. But do you have students in each of your committees? Do you have students helping you develop curriculum? Do you have students that you're following up that have gone out into the world of work, coming back and saying, hey, I really wish you would have taught me X, because that would have been super helpful. Listening to our students, elevating their voices, elevating their experiences. We're also going to be tied pretty closely to the governor's roadmap for California community colleges. The governor's roadmap for covering with equity was developed in line with the vision for success. So you're going to see a lot of budget alignment. You're going to see a lot of outcomes alignment happening because it was very deliberate with the new budgets and integrating that into the California community colleges vision for success. The governor's asked for 70% post-secondary degree and certificate attainment. And we know community colleges are the key way students we're going to reach that number. Policy change with fidelity. This is a big passion of mine because we like to do policies and we like to change things, but are we doing it with fidelity? So full implementation of policy and fiscal tools, not starting something and then as soon as that 5 years is over, walking away. You're seeing that with guided pathways. Yes, the grant's over. We're continuing the work. We're continuing providing funding. We're continuing with this. But also things like competency-based education, the student-centered funding formula, all of these are not going away. We're going to continue to use these tools that we've started with, and we're going to build and develop, evaluate, and iterate as we move on. That goes into that last piece of the structural implementation of the vision for success. So we had all these goals. We're going to evaluate what have we met, what have we not, and what structures, policies, procedures do we need to put in place to help continue to close those equity gaps and meet those vision for success goals. These are the things you're going to see coming out of the Chancellor's office. These are the things you're going to see coming out of Sacramento. You're already involved in several programs. We're going to talk about that are helping you to already integrate with several of these things. So when we talk about this, a lot of times we talk about, okay, this the CO, they do their thing, they tell us what to do, but they don't actually, they don't know the reality of it. So I want to point out that the CO is actually engaged in a huge restructure in the last year. And one of the big ones is the Office of Equity, Student Learning, Experience and Impact, or ESLE, which I think is hilarious. It's almost as good as what was it? Halls. But ESLE is our new integrated office. And one of the key things and the reason I bring this up is what happened in this office is the integration of student success, student outcomes, and workforce. Workforce moved into the spaces of student success and student outcomes. They're no longer separate. They're no longer two different things that we're working towards. So this idea of CTE is over here and transfer instruction is over here. That is not how the Chancellor's office is operating any longer. They're all connected. So things like workforce development, you're going to see a lot more emphasis on experiential learning and funding and requirements around experiential learning for students, career mobility, that idea of moving students in and out of our system. And their restructure is really reflecting that if you pay attention. So the key here is that we are really moving into an era of intentional student-centered design. We want to be intentional. We want to tie things together. We want to make sure that we're continuing the work that started with a renewed focus on those areas that we know are either getting outcomes or we believe will move to outcomes. So this visual is straight from the Chancellor's office, and you're going to see diversity, equity, inclusion, accessibility, student-centered funding, equitable placement, guided pathways, all of these drivers that are moving through our system. And then in the middle, what you're seeing is this idea of where our students and where we need to focus. And what we're moving towards is the idea of unconditional belonging. You're going to hear Vice Chancellor Alvarado say this. You're going to hear Chancellor Gonzalez say this idea of unconditional belonging. And what they're talking about is three key areas moving forward. Support networks. This is centering the community in community college. What do our students' communities of support look like? How are we engaging with our students' communities of supports? How do we integrate all of these different areas? It's not just about us providing the supports, it's engaging the entire community around the student so that they can be empowered to move through their educational journey. Financial stability, the true cost of college. And you may have heard some of this coming out. There's a lot of reforms that are on the table right now about this idea of, oh, it's cheaper to go to community college, and so our students don't get as much. There's a lot of fight happening to say, no, it's just as expensive for our community college students to attend a community college, because the true cost of college isn't just about tuition. It's about what is a student giving up to be able to be in our classroom. And for the majority of our students, what they're giving up is an opportunity to work and get a paycheck. It may not be a great paycheck, but it's better than nothing. So how do we support our students with that true cost of college? The bottom one is about physical and mental well-being. And this goes back to that idea of the holistic student. Do we know where our students are? Are we helping them to come into our spaces? And this is, the phrase that I use a lot is students need to Maslow before they can bloom. We have to help students meet their basic needs. We have to help students get to campus. We have to provide supports and services that are going to allow our students to access fully what we are offering them. So it's great to have a student join a club, but a student can't join a club if they can't get to campus. A student can't perform well in your class if they can't pay for their books. When we talk about the holistic student, that is what we are talking about. So thinking, if I'm an instructor, what does my syllabus look like? When do I require students to have a book? And does that actually match up with when they're getting their financial aid checks? Okay. These are the pieces we've got to start grappling with and digging into, and really looking at our students helping them to meet those basic needs, not providing friction points so that they can't access services, removing those friction points so that when they get to your classroom, they can bloom. They can engage fully. So our colleges are looking at how we do this. So what's going on at Madera? You've heard a lot of updates today, and I'm super excited to hear about many of the things that are happening because I think you can already start to put them together of some of these different pieces and how they directly relate to what I just talked about. But there's a few pieces I want to pull out directly for you. So the first one is this idea of guided pathways. And I've been working with your guided pathways team for a couple of years now. And I want to give them a huge pat on the back. And I want Francisco and Kate to stand up. And everyone needs to give them a round of applause. And Richardson had a lot to do. And if you have been part of the Guided Pathways team at all in the last few years, could you go ahead and stand up and let us like thank you for your hard work? Nobody wants to admit it. Thank you. I have loved working with your team. Hard work is hard. It's hard, you guys. And they have done some amazing pieces. They have dug into some spaces. This is an example of where we started with brainstorming around pathway development and clarification, all the way to what is on your website today. We have done some great work. The college has done some great work, and we need to celebrate that. And now we need to dig in and we need to think about what we want to do next. So here are some highlights from 2021-22. Things like technology assistance for students to help improve clarity and accessibility to information. So you guys are involved in a program mapper pilot, a career coach. You're using Starfish. And you will be opening up Starfish for Degree Planner for students in the fall, which is super exciting for me. So lots of technologies that we can help students to access. Redesigning supports to center the student and their journey. So things like advising and onboarding by pathways, having pathway counselors, creating your own welcome center and having an actual physical location. These are all ways that our students are seeing that we are a Guided Pathways College. It's one thing to say we're a Guided Pathways College. It's a whole other thing for our students to experience our college in a Guided Pathways framework. Alignments within current structure, so integration into program review, super exciting stuff there. Committees, college hours, communications, all looking at those through a Guided Pathways framework and a student-centered holistic approach. Embedding website and Canvas resources for students by interest areas and schools of, all again, ways our students are experiencing our college from a Guided Pathways perspective. It's all good and well if we do all the internal stuff, but if our students don't feel it, if our students don't experience it, we've really not changed anything. So moving forward and looking at those things that we've done, a couple of things pop out that we want to really be thinking about. How are we going to evaluate our work? How are we going to continue to evaluate what we've already rolled out? How are we going to evaluate what things we should prioritize to roll out? And this is that idea of being data informed and data driven. Using our data to our benefit. I'm going to talk a little bit more about that in a second. But using our data as that springboard, as that jumping board, when our data doesn't tell us what to do, it tells us where to look. It tells us what questions to ask. It tells us what we need to prioritize. Using our data in a meaningful way. So that evaluation, we rolled out maps. Are the maps working? We're going to do a little exercise this afternoon to find out. We're going to evaluate what we've been doing. We're going to iterate. We're going to, from a process focused to student centered, this idea of we've spent a lot of time looking at our own internal processes, and you guys did a lot of heavy lift just becoming a college. So we've done all this work. Now we need to look outwards, and is what we created actually affecting students the way we want it to? We need to We need to look outwards. We need to iterate if it's not working. Okay. And co-creating. How are we breaking down our own silos? How are we breaking down our silos within our community? Again, a student isn't just a singular person that walks on your campus. They are surrounded by their entire support community, which may be one person or no people, or maybe a whole family of people that are depending on them to be successful. So how are we co-creating these interventions, these process changes, these different pieces that we're rolling out to students, and being inclusive of our communities, both inside the college and outside the college? So you've got some things that are actively happening. This is your guided pathways in action, your equity in action, because guided pathways is equity work, and you can't have equity work without guided pathways. They are intimately and intricately connected to each other. So when we talk about equity in action and what it looks like at Madera, and we talk about the changes, you guys, we heard it earlier, you're in the midst of doing your first equity plan. What's crazy about this is the equity plan itself has changed. The CO, with the help of the GPRCs and some other stakeholders, created a new version of the equity plan, moving from a transactional to a more transformational based equity plan. One of the big pieces, the previous equity plan was really heavily loaded on activities, and the new equity plan is really heavily loaded on outcomes. So if we're doing activities, what outcomes are we trying to change? It's not just about rolling out all these activities and saying, oh, we are a culturally aware college. If we're rolling things out, how is that affecting our college? How are we evaluating it, iterating it, and co-creating it? Okay. We are going to look really deeply at our equity drivers and our data dives. So this idea of looking deeper at our own data, looking and really starting, again, using it as a jumping off point to a question. So up here you see some examples of data that we have. One is what does your county look like? What does your community look like? I keep talking about involving the community. So what does your community look like? Are your students reflective of your community? These are all things in your equity plan that you're going to need to address. The other is a big push, and this is from a Chancellor's office webinar, of the idea of not just stopping at the first level of data, but looking at the inverse. We are really good at talking about our success rates. We are not so good about talking about the students we lost. We are really good at talking about who transferred. We are not so good about talking about students who never completed. So what's the inverse of the things? How do we start breaking that down? Your equity plan is asking you to dig into that and start looking at that. When we talk about diving deeper into our data, and I have to give Liz a shout out because I'm like, hey, I have a question. Can you find me some data? And she did, like tomorrow. And she did, and she's amazing. But one of the things that keeps coming up is around AB 705 and our students and transfer, and okay, they're taking transfer classes, but how do we know that moving into these transfer level classes actually helps them be successful? And a lot of people want to look at, did they pass the class or did they not pass the class? My question is a little bit different. My question was, you have a pretty good success rate of students who have taken your transfer level math or English, we picked math. Are they more likely to persist? Notice this data doesn't talk at all if they were successful in the class. Just if a student took a transfer level math class, were they more or less likely to persist and stay and do a semester? And actually, those that had a goal of transfer persisted at 84.7%, where overall persistence was 63.9. Your students that are going directly into your transfer level courses are persisting at a higher rate. That is huge. That is huge. Again, I'm not talking about if they were successful in math. That's not the conversation. The conversation is, are they willing to try again? Do they see themselves as students? Have they found a place here on your campus? and are willing to continue with you. And your students that are in those transfer level math classes are seeing themselves as a student and are much more likely to persist to the next semester. That's huge, you guys. That's amazing. These are the kinds of questions we want to look at, that deeper data dive. So here's the constituency review, which I knew was up there already, but I wanted to throw it up there again. You've had an amazing team. It's a cross-functional team, lots of different representation. It has not been happening in the dark of night. They've been working very hard over the entire summer, and there's some great pieces coming out of that. Please be involved. Look at the equity plan. Think about how we're supporting our students. Think about what we've talked about in this idea of a holistic student, and how can we continue that work and support that work as we move into that equity plan constituency review. Another piece that's happening this semester that you're going to get a really good taste of today is the idea of student-centered scheduling. This is another piece I mentioned earlier about maps, and Madera's got maps. But are the maps aligned with our equity and guided pathways goal? How are they working for students? How are we going to evaluate that? So we can look at enrollment numbers. That's one of the ways we can evaluate that. But that doesn't really tell us if the map is working. It tells us we're doing good things. It tells us students want to come to our college. It tells us some other pieces of information, but it doesn't really tell us if the maps themselves are working. Have we clarified the path for students? Have we done a good job of that? And so one of the ways we can do that, and this is kind of that mapping 2.0, is we start to look at, do our schedules align with our maps? And we're going to talk a lot more about this after lunch, but I want to preload for you that this is the beginning of some work that is going to be happening across campus, because Madera is part of a district-wide pilot for a program called Ad Astra, which again, technologies are great, but I will tell you, having worked on technology implementations over the years, garbage in, garbage out. So if we go into this Ad Astra pilot, just putting in the schedules we've always had, we're going to get the results that we've always had. We need to really start digging into, our schedules student focused? Are schedules meeting the needs of our students? So for example, we can say students are taking online classes at a higher rate than in person. But again, that deeper data dive, why? Is it because of convenience? Is it because of when we're offering our online classes? Is it because we've created a map where the classes conflict and the only way I can make that schedule work is by taking online classes? We can't assume that that singular number tells us why a student's behavior is occurring. We need to look at it a little bit deeper. And we're going to dig into that after lunch by doing an exercise, putting ourselves in the student's place. So we're asking all instructional faculty, counseling faculty to come back. We're going to have a sign-in sheet. You're going to have tables that you're assigned and packets and fabulous instructions by yours truly. And I hope that you're excited about this opportunity. If you are not instructional or counseling faculty and you can come back, we would love to have you, because that is we need all of the perspectives as we look at this. We need to, again, a holistic college looks at students holistically. So I'm super excited to meet with you guys again after lunch and continue this work and start in this idea of how are we putting guided pathways and equity into action at Madera, and really digging in deep to what our students are experiencing. So thank you for your time. I will see you after lunch. I'm handing it back.
Thank you, Michelle. So we would like you to be back for the instructional faculty, counseling faculty here around 1, because we kick off right at 1:15. So try to get here closer to 1. And for those that have not signed in already, please sign in. We need that to make sure that we get your attendance here. So thank you all very much and have a great lunch. Yes, you can clap for me. It's okay.